It's Eric, and I'm making a game. In this game, which is called... I won't tell you what it's called yet. I'm not going to tell you what it's called yet. In this game, you solve puzzles. You walk around a detailed 3D environment and solve puzzles. And it's not like that kind of tack-on 3D, 2.5D stuff where the game is essentially two-dimensional, but it's got some cosmetics in the third dimension. No, you properly have to know all three dimensions in your solutions. And you got to reckon with it. And you got to orient yourself and see what it is. And the game is designed to give you a clear viewpoint. It's top-down all the time. I call it relentlessly top-down, meaning you might want to, initially as a player, make that camera go look at something else, but it's not allowed. You got to stick with that top-down view all the time. And yet the game has levels that are designed very carefully to allow you to see what you need to see to solve the puzzles. So it's a very detailed level, handcrafted level focused game where the exact placement of things matters. And yet it's not like a constrained little puzzle that, it feels large. You go and explore. It's a world, There's monsters in it to fight. Well, I call them creatures. It feels less judgmental. There's characters that say silly things or dramatic things. There's a story there. But at the heart of it, you are in this world solving puzzles. All right. Pardon me for talking so much without just demoing. I do like to show instead of tell, but I'm trying to get some practice at describing the game in a way that I can pitch it to other people. Because next year, I do plan to start talking to publishers and see where I can get with that. All right, but let's demo. I really prefer to demo. I really prefer to have your attention, to just see the game, just for a short amount of time. It's going to explain what the game is much better than me and my clumsy use of words. I've hit the play button inside of the Unity environment. Spinner, spin, spin. It's going to bring the level up shortly. Okay. So each day I work on the game, and almost every day I have a stream. And at the start of the stream, I like to demo, and then I get to work. So if you want to just see recent progress and catch up on the game, you can always check the beginning of the stream, or you could be watching this live on Twitch. If you're watching a recording, then clearly you can jump to any point in it that you want. But I put demos at the beginning of each stream, so you can get a quick idea of what's going on in the game. This level is called Deep Corridor. And the personal challenge to me was to make it very, very deep so that nobody could look at it and say, I don't know if that's very deep. No, this is a fucking deep corridor. I just went down 300 meters. I killed myself to go back to the top, which happens instantly in this game. And it doesn't reset the level state when you die. It's a form of teleportation, really. Okay, so the change I made in this level yesterday was pretty small. Okay. Very, very small, actually. I added this little railing here. And let me explain why. So I watched two videos of playtesters playing through the game, and both of them weren't sure for a short amount of time what this arch was for, and that they could use it to get down to the easy solution to the level. Now these are advanced players. They insisted on doing things the hard way, which means solving the level completely in order to travel along this path from the very beginning, where the word kinder is at, to the end. So in order to walk on this path all the way to the level exit, you have to spell each word on it. And these words, he used to be much, those were designed to be an intermediate level puzzle for a player who's gotten to level 36 or 35 of the game. Whereas this word here is for the more masochistic puzzle solvers, or the more talented puzzle solvers, or determined to solve. It probably takes about as much time to solve just this word here, spell this word, as the rest of the other ones combined. So if a player wants to skip past spelling this word, they should be able to drop onto this platform here. And that is accessed over here. But to draw attention to the idea that you might want to drop down from the end, I put that little loop of rails around there. So that's kind of a demo of my process, more than this silly little 5-minute change to the level. Anyways, I made similar fixes to 4 other levels. One of them was much more involved, and it was about removing unintended solutions. So when you make puzzles tend to have either one solution or at least a very limited number of solutions. Doesn't seem necessarily like it should always be that way, but in truth, that's part of the thing that makes a puzzle feel good, that you found the way to solve it. So if there's a bunch of kind of easier ways to solve it than the main way that you're hoping to guide players to with a little bit of work, it dilutes the fun, because the player is kind of cheated from doing it the really cool way that you had pictured. So there's another level. I will go to that level now as part of the demo. So here's all my levels, all 36 of them, I think. Glimsfold, that's the latest one. Both of my playtesters just got unintended solutions for the bonus puzzle. Now I'm not going to show the actual solution within a demo of the bonus puzzle, which is getting the word whole spelled so that you can get to the present over here. Because it's my policy these days in the demo portion of the streams never to show the bonus solutions. But I will say that this level used to be a lot more plain in appearance, and I added just a whole bunch of grass, because grass functions as an obstacle for pushing blocks. So I cannot push the W past this grass. So I just lit up the level with green to remove about 10 or so unintended solutions. And what remains is probably 2 or 3 pretty difficult solutions, and all of them along the same solution path. But I'll see next week after I give this to my playtesters and see how well they do on it. They might find even more unintended solutions that short circuit the plans I had for them. And that's when they're doing their, I should say, it sounds wrong to say doing their job, because it's an exchange between us where I'm giving them early access to the game, and we're all working together in a small team, and that nobody's getting paid. I'm actually very grateful for their help. But I'll still say, after saying that, when they're doing their job, they're finding all these unintended solutions. That helps me remove them and make the game better. Alright, so that is enough of demoing. I'm going to make another level today. It's an idea that's been percolating in my brain for a while. Let's just do save as. and I've aborted this idea twice already. So what often happens is I get an idea which I think is pretty good, then I start working on it, and it's not quite coming together as I'd hoped, but along the way I discover something else that would make a pretty good level in its own right, and then I just abandon the first approach and just make the level with whatever it was I discovered along the way. That might happen again. It's not necessarily a bad thing. There was one that I just gave up on entirely, and it just wasn't working. It was too fiddly. So here's the idea. There's something kind of like a fortress or a bunker, and there's some dudes holed up in the bunker. They don't want you to get in, and they're pushing blocks out of the bunker. And they're very defensive. They don't want you in their friggin' bunker. You stay out, is what they say. They might even literally say things like that in the game. Because it amuses me that, like, I guess it's the same kind of concept as in the Holy Grail, Monty Pythons, where there's a bunch of Frenchmen inside of a castle, and then the heroes roll up to the castle, and the Frenchmen don't want them to come inside, and they throw animals at them. Boy, when I say it out loud, I wonder how much I'm borrowing from movies I've watched in the past. But I don't know. This is there's some characters that are going to be holed up inside a little fortress type thing, and they'll throw blocks out, and you will have a hard time getting in because of all these blocks being thrown at you. But that will be the solution. You just try to get in. Okay. Well, I will not make their dialogue derivative of Monty Python's Holy Grail. Okay, delete the decorations. Man, I was going to walk out to the teriyaki place and get some teriyaki, but it's just gray, wet, and dark out there. What the hell? This is... What is going on? It kind of feels like it's going to... need a force quit or something. This is taking way too long. What's up with this? Oh, thank you. Okay, remember, don't ever use Deep Corridor as a starting level to save as to make a new level. It's got too much stuff in it. Okay, so let's go down to the player. I'm making pictures in my mind of the level layout. So the first thought I had was you start with the kind of a perimeter border, and in the middle there's a depression, and rising up out of the depression is maybe a 3 or 4 story complex. And you're just kind of looking for a way in. You can walk around it, you can see it. Another thing that could be interesting is more of a pyramid type structure in the middle. Feels like you want to get a good view of it, though. You want to be able to see it from different sides and try different ways in, get rebuffed, eventually figure out a way into this thing. I know I've used the perimeter start layout a number of times. Maybe let me do a variation on it, where it's like three sides of it are just pure perimeter, and then the complex is sort of built into a backing wall that faces you. So you've got maybe a 180-degree view on this complex, or a degree of freedom around it, where you can pick a point of attack into it. Alright, I'm liking that idea. It'll give me some variety from the layout of my other levels. And there's also a thing like having your back to a wall is a defensive posture. So if this bunker thing has got a back to it, makes it seem a little bit stronger, less vulnerable. There is a kind of comedy in having the bunker be pathetic and vulnerable, but I don't know if I'm going to exploit that in this particular level. I kind of like the notion of the people under siege being like a bunch of, not literally, but sort of like the equivalent of a bunch of paranoid drug dealers, you know, stuck in their little safe house that they've set up for themselves, and they just kind of be like ridiculously vulnerable. But I don't think I'm not going to play that up on this one. I'm going to go for a different idea. It's a nice thing that I can start thinking about story stuff, but not like giant story arc stuff. More like gags or small arcs, little conflicts that last the course of a level, and then they go away, and they don't make you stop and pay attention to them. They just kind of frame the challenge of the level and make it a little more interesting to move through it. Let's see, that she's facing north. I'm going to stick with the north orientation. I've been using that as a kind of default, and just every once in a while departing from it, which seems fine. So if there's a level where I want the player to feel a little grounded when they start out, then I face the player initially north. Okay. So let's do something like 4x4 path. I won't make it too massive. Okay, something in between those two. Let's go a little bit more out. 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so I got to repeat this on the other side too. I don't want the initial level idea to get too big, because that creates something that's hard for the player to remember all the parts of. It creates this feeling like I don't understand this, I can't really get a handle on it if I make it too big. And I want this thing in the middle to be knowable, something you can consider and make plans against. So if I just keep it from getting too friggin' big, that'll help with that. Just looking at this overall thing. Get the building structure come up along here. I want a little bit of room on the edges to have like a second tier of attack underneath. So just a little bit further out. Then I'll get symmetrical and do the other side in roughly the same way. Well, not even roughly, in exactly the same way. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Extrude. It's kind of like ballroom dancing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Dip. 1, 2, 3, 4. One, two, three, four. Not a waltz, but what's that one called? Basic thing. 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Two, three, four. All right. So far, so good. Let's create the second tier. Why am I doing it the slow way? Let's just grow the selection. Okay. And again, to keep this level knowable, 2, 3, 4. No crazy depth. Let's go down 1, 2, 3, 4. Arguably, I should make a separate game object here. Let me do that instead. Alright, let's just copy this guy and then I'll make modifications. These here will just come out. 2 is a good number because it gives me a little bit of room to put some things on this level that can be walked around that you don't necessarily have to interact with, like axles. But it doesn't take up so much space. I won't have room in the middle for my complex, and I can keep this level feeling cozy and knowable instead of, you know, awe-inspiring and kind of difficult to comprehend, which might be something for a different level, but not this one. It's also a thing where the player has got limits. You can choose to test some of the limits some of the time, but not all of the limits all of the time. So I would not want to make a puzzle that's going to test the player's deduction, their memory, their, you know, just countless things, their ability to predict the behavior of creatures, like all those things to the max difficulty at one time. You know, you want to focus on testing the difficulty in one area, maybe 2, you know, but not all at once. So that's why this level, which I think there'll be a fair amount of prediction involved, there'll be some theorizing about this structure that's in front of you that you can see pretty well. I don't want to overwhelm the player with other challenges simultaneously. Okay, so there's that. Let's lay a base floor. Another technique I'm going to use here is just getting the structure right first for the puzzle to work, and then coming back and doing what I call casing, which is like putting all the nice bits around so that it looks aesthetically good. Okay, so let's make the structure for the entrance here. So the idea that I'm playing with in my head is a front door. Yeah, go ahead, just go right through it, but it's a red herring. So it's like, it's too easy. It's basically going to be impossible to get into the bunker this way. Okay, I'm going to bring out the new creature, which is called a checker. And checkers, they look for the nearest block to them and they push it in the direction of the player, and that's all they do, again and again and again. So I think the layout is going to be like, oh, stop. Let me start with that. Get some spikes going so that they'll destroy the blocks. So destroying the blocks is important for making this kind of like a reloading gun. So each time a block gets thrown against spikes, it's gonna be reborn. It's gonna be reborn on the same block pad. Okay, then I need some kind of wall on this side. It seems like I might want just something that's kind of like a moat around the edge. Here's my thinking. So when blocks get pushed, they need to die and be reborn. I'm making it 2 squares wide because sometimes the block might get pushed with you in front of it. In that case, I don't want the block to get stuck and then you die, because then the block will not be reloaded. So if I make this moat that is 2 squares wide all the way around, then it will work for reloading the blocks if they get pushed without you in front of them or with you in front of them. All right. So these things, if they're right on the edge like that, there can be light that shows through that crack, so I'm avoiding that. Pull this out to the edge to avoid that. I wish it would just, you know, maybe it would if I just, here, let's go this way. I wish it would find the surface and snap to it, basically. I can do it with the V key, but the initial placement is where it would be helpful. Seems like I've got the wrong thing selected. What's up with that? No, it's just too high up. Okay, cool. Okay, unpack. I was thinking about the strategy of these companies that that add followers to your account without you asking for them. I think I understand why. Because I never made a deal to get, 500 users added to my account. I never did. Had no interest in that. It just happened. Why would they do that? I think I know. Because it makes it hard for Twitch to penalize an account just because it shows evidence of fakery around it. So Twitch could pretty easily make an algorithm that looks for certain patterns, like suddenly a user has a whole bunch of accounts, therefore we should ban them, or we should just automatically remove all their followers, or something, kind of a deterrent effect. But if there were a group of legitimate Twitch users who never asked for the fakery in the first place, they would be penalizing those users for something they didn't actually do. Now this gives cover to another user who goes to bigfollows.com and says, yeah, give me a whole bunch of users. Because, you know, they look the same as somebody who didn't ask for it from a, you know, machine standpoint, or from an algorithm or filtering standpoint. I think that's why you just kind of randomly get benefits from these crappy companies, even when you didn't ask for them. It's a theory anyways. Okay, so now let's see if this works. My goal is that you would try to get in this way, but you just get kicked out, get killed. The first thing of his AI that I think I'm going to have to fix is he can't reload because he's got nothing that takes him off of the block pad, which means yeah, there's no block for him to push. Okay. We have to change his AI a little bit. And I'm thinking, what's the best way to do this? We could say if there are no blocks to target, no. We'll say if you're on a block pad, I have to write this out. To think about it. Alright. It's freaking hot in here. I'm looking not just for an intelligent algorithm, but a predictable algorithm, so that the player can get an idea of where they think the checker is going to move next. So let's see. Number one. If on a block pad block is targeted. Move off block pad in direction opposite player. That's for the quick reload. Quick reload and quick refire, because you'll tend to be in the correct location to push the block towards the player after you've moved off of it. That's probably the best algorithm right there. Okay, number 2. If on a block pad it could be a lot simpler though. It could just be this. If you're on a block pad, it's okay to move onto a block pad. That's fine. But if you're on a block pad, just move off the block pad in the direction opposite player. The other thing that's good about that is it keeps the chucker from targeting another block which is not as close as the new block will be that will appear on the block pad. That's the way to do it. I'm pretty sure that's it. Let's do that. Oh, refinements though. In best scored walkable direction favoring direction opposite player. This is it. This is what I'm going to do. Sometimes it's nice to write the functions first and just have it make logical sense how they're named, and then write the functions next. Or write out the calls to the functions and then write the functions. It's not a bad way to design functions. Okay, this is static. Oh. I'm getting out of the habit of calling these get CRH things because they end up allocating. Also, it's get height minus 1. So I'll go underneath of it. Okay. I guess this isn't actually a piece, it's an interface. Eyepiece probably has all that stuff. Oops. Yeah, there's all that. Okay. Oh no, it's not minus 1, it's just 1. Okay. Well, all right. Let's not worry too much about this. Let's change this to consistent with my camel case. Okay. We'll say player call. Player row. Okay. Now, I don't think I need to do this whole scoring thing. I think it's a little more straightforward than that. Take one little bit out of here. I don't want to write out the whole thing. If I was being very complete, I would write larger than west-east delta. There's probably even a better way to name that, but just say since these variables are only used one time, let's just go ahead and inline them. And then I can do this. Nah, it's just not. It just doesn't improve things to reuse that. Let me. I'm just gonna copy this over, and then redo it to fit the logic that I want. Okay. I tried to refactor it in a nice way. I just don't think it's good. This is gonna be player call minus piece 0h c dr player row. Okay. All right. Then we say if it's going to be the opposite though of what I'm showing below, so it'll be north. maybe I would have been better writing a scoring algorithm. Okay, and then down beneath it's okay, this I'll refactor. I actually want to get back to that level, but I really do need this AI to be smart enough to deal with this. So we'll say this is going to be north. Okay. Okay, then got to do west and east. Oh, god damn. Okay. So we say if DC is greater than 1, we want to do the opposite of what I said below. We'll go west first. Yeah, scoring algorithm would have been more elegant, but I think this is fine though. Okay. Now let's just try each of the directions. That would have screwed it up. Glad I got that. So it feels like, okay, hold on, what's this? Okay, cool. Feels like this could all be tucked away. So we'll say, I'm not sure what all needs to go here yet, but let's do this. And it's the only place where I use these variables, so I'll just go ahead and inline those. This kind of thing is done to avoid reallocating the list each time. Okay, so this will be 2C minus from C. R minus from R. Alright, that cleans it up pretty well. Reasonable chance of that working. Let me add a big to-do at the top. To-do, refactor, common functions between this module and all blocks work activity. Okay. By the way, I learned an excellent reason to delete the usings that aren't actually used. If it happens that one of the things there is not available outside of the editor, it'll break a build, a player build. Also, just the fact that the compiler, maybe it's the linker, attempts to reference that, it means it's slowing down the build. So even if it was not used in any fashion, I know that the compiler / linker is attempting to look up that extra package and bring it in some way. It might compile out, but the build time is an issue, so I now delete those if I see them. Okay, let's see how well this works. Alright, come on. Come on. I'm gonna be a jerk and run this without going into the debugger first. I'll see how it does first. 50-50 chance it'll work first time. Yeah, it worked perfect. Okay, so he's got a little machine gun action going there. So if I come over here, now he's moved over this direction. Getting a feeling like this is going to be too much. I think I'm trying to build this level and design the element at the same time, which is not necessarily a problem. But there's something really it's like it's too much. I'm thinking of some alternative behavior that would probably be better. You could wait for you to get in line before he knocks it. What would that be like? You'd be quieter, that's one thing. It just feels like too much. There's just one of these guys, imagine 10 of them. Yeah, if he just stays like locked and loaded until you walk in front of him, I think that's better. By the way, one of the reasons why I'm creating this new game element, even though I had not planned to, is that, oh man, Photoshop is fakaka. There we go. So this is my overall plan. And there is no chucker in here. I've got the brawler, or beard, it's been renamed. So this new version of Photoshop is really bad with anti-aliasing. That's god awful. What the fuck is wrong with this? That's terrible. I upgraded Photoshop and this is what I get? Oh man, okay. Okay, but I'm getting distracted. Okay, so I was gonna have the beard, and I was gonna have the heavy and the spikers, bystanders. Here's the trouble. Story-wise, I don't want to bring in the heavy or the spikers. They're supposed to have that effect when you see them like, oh shit, now we gotta deal with these guys. They're that kind of enemy, and it's not right to introduce them this early in the game. So I think these guys are getting punted to sequels. Heavy and spikers. They work fine. They've got character models for them. But they're really, story-wise, they don't belong in the game. In the first chapter, it sounds ridiculous for me to talk about sequels, but this is a long-term project that's meant to have multiple chapters, installments, etc. So I'm thinking in that direction. Okay, so I don't want the heavy and the spikers, but without them there's not enough creatures or like things that move around and interact with you in the world and are part of puzzle design. So I need one other type besides the beard in order to deliver a well-rounded release that feels well populated, like it's got stuff in it, like the right kind of stuff. It's got variety in the different types of creatures that you face. And the game, because for story reasons, is light on creatures. It's light on adversaries. So the chucker was my solution to add in, even though I wanted to stop adding new elements to the game engine. I think it will work. I do need to recode it a little bit. I think I just hit on the way it should work, but let me keep playing with it just a little bit. So he'd end up being like a trap setter. And I could implement the element without a creature to push the blocks. You can imagine some kind of like a block that's got like something like a magnet on it, or like just an object that is ready to attack you if you step in front of it. But like I said, I feel like there's not enough creatures in the game, and creatures allow you to ascribe motives to their behavior. If it's just a trap, then it's like it's just an object and it kind of messes with you. It's an obstacle. It's like stubbing your toe on something. You don't feel rational anger or adversity at that thing. I mean, you might for like half a second, but if somebody kicks you in the toe and it hurts in the exact same way as if you'd stubbed it on a stairway or something, or a toy on the floor, then suddenly you got an enemy that's got an extra dimension to it. Not dimension, it's an overused word, but it's got an extra emotional quality to it. This is someone who is against you. Why? You're just trying to do your thing and they're at odds with you. And that's more interesting than just a trap that's set, particularly when I don't have many creatures yet. That's why the chucker comes into play. Gets added to the engine even though it wasn't part of my original plan. I think it is okay to just make a quick change to the code and just try it out. Let's see how it goes. Okay. I think I already have a function to check for a creature that's in the way. Maybe it's in here. Push util. Find creature blocking push path. Okay. So it's actually going to be kind of the opposite logic. So in the all blocks logic, these are your friends, your co-workers. They don't want to push a block to knock you, so they'll wait for you to get out of your way. For the checker, it's a malicious, spiteful creature. Did that just crash on me? Oh. Okay, good. Whew, scared me. I think this can be renamed. It's not blocking, it's just in the push path. So we'll say okay, where's push direction coming from? Hold on, I'll be right back. Let's clear stupid big follows thing. All right. Uh, 5:43. Yeah, a few more hours. Let's check what my lovely wife wants to eat for dinner. Okay, beautiful. What? Delivery food sounds good. Because the first thing I suggested was Thanksgiving leftovers, and then she correctly pointed out that it's probably not safe to eat at this point. I'm always trying to push the limit on food poisoning, get the best value for your food, and I'm making myself and my family sick as a result. It's a bad time to be sick. It's a bad time to have to take a trip to a hospital. Or you might get sick with something worse, you know. All right. Push direction. How did I get it before? Oh, it's just a general purpose pushing thing. Okay, that's like the big general push direction. Okay. So let's see. Find creature blocking push path. It's going to be... yeah, let's make another version of this that just passes. Wait for a creature to walk in front of block. There's going to be so much comedy around this too. Okay? So I'm already thinking of things you can do. So there's this malicious, spiteful little shitty creature that just sits and waits for somebody to walk in front of its path. Gets ready in advance, gets all loaded up, ready to... Just a mean little thing. Okay? But I think I'm going to make him so he does it to other things too. So you can lead a beard up to him. He'll just like go ahead and throw a block at the beard. Fuck with the beard. Or maybe you want the block, you know, because you can do useful things with blocks. So you could have a strategy to taunt the chucker and just get the block from him. Yeah. All right. So this, I want to make a different version of it that takes DC and DR, so I don't end up having to do another conversion from direction to DC DR. So let's do yeah, okay. So the push DC is going to be player. Oh, come on. No, this is the problem with refactoring off into other functions is I'm always doing the same calculations again instead of storing the intermediate values and just reusing them. Alright, so this is going to be one trick to this is this code here. It not only pushes the block, it also moves towards it. So I need an extra check down here. So we say and here's where I'll make a different version of the function. Push util. Find creature in push path. Oh, wait a minute. This looks like it's already the function that I want to exist. Okay, let's change this. Yeah, that's good. So I'm just renaming. And I'll call this other version. I don't know what the nomenclature is, but it's a concept that I keep reusing. It's like you make one function that does the real work, and the other ones are like syntactic sugar to call it in a convenient way. But what would you call this one? I don't know. I don't have like a... I could make up a word. It'd be nice. It feels like it's already invented, that word, because it's a pretty common concept. So I don't know what the name of the pattern is or the name of that type of function is, but it's my work function. It's the one that actually does the work, and it's also normalized in a way where the variables you pass into it don't require any additional transformation or work inside of the function. So this is like the preferred version of the function to call to do the least amount of work. All right, so for this, say find creature and push path. Okay, show me the alternate version of this function that I want to use. Okay, that's it. Seems pretty good. Let's go fix the renamed function here. See, the word blocking is presumptuous. Presumes your intent is not to push if there's a creature in the path. And sometimes you want to, if you're an asshole, if you're a chucker. Let's see if this thing builds. Dang it. Oh, he's saying you are in the path. Ah, interesting. He doesn't have a means of checking for obstacles in front. Oh, well. Wow. Okay, that was one theory. Doesn't seem to be correct, though. Let's see what's actually going on. Wait a minute, it's not even getting down here? Oh. This code is not. Huh. Wait, what? What am I looking at? Ah! My wife replying back about delivery. She says, let me look. Okay, we're not on the block pad. Wait, we are on the block pad? What the hell? I don't think you are on the block pad. Oh, friggin' predictive boards. That's gonna be hard for me to deal with. Let me turn that off. Okay. Let's turn off. Because predictive... if I have this turned on, plays 4 extra versions of the game, then I can't figure out what the hell's going on. I don't know which version I'm looking at. $29.22.11 versus $30.22.11. Wait a minute, I don't get it. Oh, I don't have a return. That's why. Okay, got it. Got it. At least that's one reason why it's not doing well. And this I think I can remove because the second one also checks for that. Although there we go. Let's try it again. Dang you. Okay. So why does it not get down to here? Okay, so here I expect that his next step is the same as block CRH. Because he's going to be stepping right down in the same position where the block is. Okay, he's somewhere up above. Yeah, I got the debugger running. Oh shit, I'm short-circuiting the whole thing up here. Okay. Logic is wrong. So wrong. Food suggestions. Alright, so my wife picked a place to order delivery food from. It's Korean, but they're going to close at 6:45. So we got hustle. I had to send her a message saying as much. Okay. Put this back how it was. Get rid of this. Okay. Yeah, you're waiting. Still waiting. Good. He's coming back around. He's waiting there for me. I could try to get by him, but it won't work. Can fling past. That's strategic. Oh, there he pushed. I'm not sure why. He was probably just trying to walk to a different location and went through the block. This is pretty fun, actually. There's a few bugs there. Yeah, something about that corner position. I feel like I can make a level out of this. So it occurs to me that there's a fair amount of logic in that function, which could be greatly simplified. So one thing is, I could say that once a chucker picks a home, he just sticks with it. He just always sticks to that block pad. That gives me predictability. Run these kinds of experiments before we start making, say we, because there's a little team involved and some people like Mike Reimer who actually did the coding on it. Run some experiments where we have creatures with more complex behavior that does more interesting things. You can give them goals and then they go and build things or destroy things. It's just that not that fun to play against because you can't predict it. As a puzzle. If it was a simulation game, or a strategy war game, it might be more interesting. But in a puzzle game, you want to be able to predict what the creatures are going to do. So what I'm thinking is, have chuckers be homed on one block pad. They don't move towards the nearest block. They move towards the nearest block pad. That allows for a few things, like if you kill a chucker, maybe it ends up being homed on some other block pad. And then we set up these things that are kind of like, machine gun turrets. You can think about which paths you want to take to produce different results. It's pretty predictable. So, you know when you walk here, you're going to get knocked. Okay. You can also make it so that the movement is entirely constrained to that ring around the block pad, unless he's pushing. There'll be some situations you can I gotta put a food order in. I am kind of excited because I don't usually have Korean. Jesus Christ. Just veggies. Okay. God damn it. I just need to get this order in. Okay. Alright, I'll be right back. So it should just be real simple like that. He moves to one of 4 positions. The diagonals are only like a transitioning thing. Alright, so no, let me think. It's a little more than that. It's 6:30 now. What's my goal for this session? I think I want to redo his AI to a simplified version. I think I can finalize his AI in this session. I think I can do it. I might get interrupted partway through by the food coming here, but that doesn't mean I have to stop right then. So I could go till 8, maybe a little bit later if I need to. I could finish the AI for this guy. It's not quite the same as taking him to 100% because I need a new character model. But he'd be ready to use in levels. I could make a whole batch of chucker levels after he's done tonight. And that can go out to my next round of playtesting. So I think that's the way forward right there. Okay, so let me think about what I want him to do. Okay. I was thinking about one other aspect of this. Do I want the checkers To be only hostile to the player? Not say beards, because they're going to align themselves to target the player. So that already shows some kind of motivation. If something else gets in the path besides the player, then them pushing a block at that thing negates their perceived motivation in targeting the player in the first place. So the fact that they will align themselves according to the player shows them reacting to the player, so it's weird for them to throw blocks at other things even though it might be funny. So that's just a little bit chaotic and unpredictable, and I'm trying to reduce that. So I'll say that they want okay, so I think that's it right there. So it needs to be the player that's in the push path. So I think this is kind of like Maslow's pyramid kind of thing. As soon as one of these earlier requirements is not met, you go back to that one. So at the lowest level, all right, and each one presupposes the first one was met, but you're also checking on each call. Okay. Okay, I think that's it. The other ambiguity might be if there's multiple block paths that are close to each other. I think I just get around that by level design. If it feels like I need to write more policy around it, I can. Let's just put this in an old function for reference. So I don't forget it. I'm just going to do this the right way. I'm just going to get all the column row H values at the beginning. Piece get call. Oh god damn it! I have to keep on adding this stuff. All right, peace. Okay, other one I'll end up getting again and again and again is board, get player piece, get color height. Let's make this less verbose. Jesus Christ. I don't want it to move to the best pushing location though. I want it to move to, let's just have it move towards the block pad, because eventually it's gonna say, oh, you're near it, close enough. Yeah. So I don't need this. All right, so let's try to get one way or another the block pad CRH. Oh, stop. Okay, that was my fault, actually. Okay, so I want to get the block pad that is closest to me, the piece. I'm going to say if unsuccessful, exit. All right. So in this case, we will do fickle move. Move to the block pad CRH and return. And this can be simplified. All right. And let's stop saying target, because it's always going to be the player. This algorithm is discoupled to that. I keep my eye on the delivery food. Oh, stop it. Whoa! That seems impossible. Oh, upcoming? It's already in the past? Hold on. I would see if I've got food waiting around downstairs. God damn. Cannot relax. Cannot relax. All right. Now, finally. Listen to me complain. What an easy life I've got. Don't have to cook dinner. If I don't want to, if I'm in a hurry. Just pay somebody, go grab it from the restaurant and bring it over to me. And I'm like, how dare anybody interrupt me for 60 seconds? What an asshole I am. All right. Got a good hour and change to put this together. This I can just put right by the top. I already know that works too. See if I already got the right stuff here to do it. Nope. You know what? It's going to be the same thing as it's going to be the same logic as this find square to leave block pad. In fact, we could rename this to let's do I don't even need to pass in the board. We'll just do no, I do need the board because there's an obstacle check. Okay, so find best push CRH board piece. You need that because that's for performing the obstacle check. Let's do CRH so I don't have to get it again, and player C player. I only actually need to pass in CNR. I don't need to pass H. Okay. Okay, board, PCRH. Yeah, this thing here. Oh, I want to change this to be C and R. And best block piece is just going to be okay. Rest of this I can delete. This is player C. This is player R. All right, I got some functions to write. Okay, so let's grab that and let's come up. I think it's just gonna be some updates here. Hold on. Say find the best push CRH. What do I really need to pass to that? I'll go down to what worked before. It was, oh, this code assumes that you are on the block pad, but what I really need to pass in is I guess it's not assuming, it just happens in this case it's true. So this should be block pad C, block pad R. Okay. As opposed to C and R. Although it works here because, yeah, because you're actually on a block pad. Okay, so let's call this guess I need H2. Okay. Let's see. RH. All right. I keep on going back and forth between these. Okay. So and this is not correct, because this assumes the piece is right there. I need something like can walk from to. Okay, so for that it's going to be this friggin' iReactant piece thing. Okay. Is the signature right there. Okay, thank you. So it is, yeah, just like that. Okay, so that's saying if you were in the middle of the block pad, could you walk into that square? Which is not exactly the right check to perform, but it's close enough. So I want to find like obstacles that would prevent the piece from moving there. It's not entirely correct because the way that the piece might enter the square could be blocked by rails or other obstacles that presume like a direction different direction to go into the square. This I should be able to copy down below, I think. Oh, except it's going to be a little bit different. It's going to be blockpad CRHC, blockpad CRHR. Do this one next. Let's get these two mixed up. Okay. Find target block pad. Very similar. In fact, so similar I might as well combine the two. Let's say find nearest block pad out int distance. Let's make it simpler. Okay. Int distance equals No, I changed my mind. The reason is that this is an easier check, and this is going to be often repeated code. Okay. Whereas the search for your block pad to get over to is going to be infrequently called. So let's go ahead and make find target block pad. And let me name the function a little bit better. So yeah, this has a lot of repetitive logic, but this one is kind of optimized to exit quicker and more cheaply, and this one is going to look at everything to find the best block to go to. This one's just checking if one's nearby. Yeah. Let's go check out this guy. is okay. I think it actually needs the piece. Okay, so this actually needs to be an actual obstacle check. Let's just use the current logic there for the moment. I know what'll happen. Sometimes it'll say you should try to move there, but then the piece won't be able to move there, but it'll be okay. Like, this is giving it its intent, but it's not actually enacting it, and there'll be another check that will catch it from performing some kind of move it can't do. So this is meant to be a piece. might work. Let's delete the old function. I feel like I'm forgetting lots of things. Let's do a build at least. He's walking. Okay. Got a little bit of dancing back and forth sort of thing I don't really like. But I think that's just... that's probably correctable. A few issues there. Okay. You know what? I'm probably making the pathfinding too complex. Originally, I had these guys that were just sort of like looking for the best way to push blocks under varied conditions. And they're supposed to be intelligent. This thing, I can have it you know what would be better than it trying to figure out the best pushing square is for it to just pick the best opposite square and move to it. And don't take into account what obstacles might be there, because that way it's going to be more predictable, more stupid and more predictable. You can kind of picture it rotating around the block to whichever square is most opposite of where you're at. So here it would actually be in the diagonal square. I mean, it kind of works like that now. It's dancing around, and then also if there's an obstacle, then suddenly it will be moving wrong. It'll be moving more intelligently, but not predictably. Okay. So going back to here. think it makes sense to use the diagonals, but that means that it will not always be ready to push. This one's going to get replaced. Okay. So for this we need board. We don't need board. We need PCRH, opposite CRH, and block pad CRH. That's it. Similarly, don't need piece, do need PCRH. Nope, don't need the piece at all. Okay, CRH there. Yeah, okay, get rid of the piece. Okay. I like how this is going to get simpler and simpler. Find opposite target CRH. Yeah, I don't need to do all that favoring stuff. Let's do static. Don't need board. Okay, got it. Yeah, don't need all the favoring logic. So it's going to be dx equals math sine target C minus from C dy equals math sine target R, not dx and dy. I'll fix that in a second. I hate it when I start making mistakes like this, because even if I feel awake, it means like the quality of my thought has been degraded. So there is a little bit of a toll somewhere. So then we say return new CRH from C okay, so if target C is to the right, that means 1. So I want it to be from C minus DC, from R minus DR, and then from H. Keep it the same for that. I could move these into reusable variables later. I'll just add a big to-do at the top. To-do, put new CRHs into reusables to avoid alloc. Next, square to adjacent. This one's not going to be too bad either. Static CR. Oh. Similar. So the problem is, I think I can fix this without even passing this avoid CRH. You want it to move towards the target. Okay, hold on. So in some cases, let's say you're in the diagonal X, block pads in the middle. What's this? F T. That's one case. I don't want to go through the one. I don't want to go through the middle square ever. T is guaranteed to be in one of these squares. of cases. So when I get into problems is when there's a diagonal. Whenever it says there's a diagonal, then I have to... The only possible thing it could be doing is moving F or from piece into the middle. So in those cases, I should zero either DC or DR. That's not entirely true, because there's also some cases like it's still true that I should zero either one or the other, because you cannot walk diagonally. So what if we said if both DC and DR are non-zero, we will just zero DC. So basically it's favor vertical movement. So in this case, we'll go down here, then boom, boom. In this case, it would go hold on. So if it's got vertical and horizontal, and I say favor vertical, it will walk right down into the middle. So that doesn't help. Change this to center CRH or block pad CRH. Oh, yeah, there's one other case that's not detected by. Okay, got it. All right, but I had some other logic I could probably reuse here. There's stuff about adjacency. Yeah, next clockwise CRH, blah, 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 blah. So why don't I'll copy this across, and then I'll simplify it. Basically, I can reuse this code, which I know works. I just have to make it not do stupid shit. Or, not stupid shit, but inapplicable things. So yank that. Let's just, okay. No, it's not that useful. Let's do it this way. Int counter distance. And it favors moving clockwise. That should be pretty simple. Let's delete that. There's no longer any logic about blockage. Since it's kind of coupled to this algorithm, I'm just gonna give it a weird name, so I'm not tempted to refactor it, because I don't think it's really good for reuse at this point. Okay. One. Yeah, because in squares they're either going to be here. It's one there. It's one there. Two there. Two there. Two there. Two. Like that. So here it's going to go clockwise if you were going to this target square. So let's say this is T. So let's say, then you get here. It's one here, one here. Oh, actually, two here, two here. Two here, one here, one there. Okay, this isn't that great, because when you get here you might end up going back this direction. So I could add the two numbers together. So then it's going to be then it's going to be here it's going to be 4, here it's going to be 3, here it's going to be 2, here it's 1. Oh, I'm getting confused though. No, it's okay. 3, 3, 2, 1. Is that okay? Is this right? Here it would be 2. Okay, then you move here and it's 4, 2, 1, and here 3, 2, 1. Yeah. This is good because it's actually the number of steps you are away. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that is the right algorithm to use there. Okay, let me look at this function to see if I can simplify it a bit. Or actually, I can leave this alone. Let's just get CRH at adjacent index. What does that do? And leave it alone for now. Because I know it works, and I can come back and optimize in a bit. Okay. That's not bad. There was a little irritating choice at the beginning of that algorithm. So the way it's written now, he is not going to move to the square until I come down here. So it's like you have to be, something has to happen that makes you be on that square 2 turns in a row, or that column 2 turns in a row. If I come here, I can always come back off. So you get one free step where he doesn't knock you. that might be good behavior because for solving puzzles, like you might go into a situation where you see, oh, look, the guy's loaded, he's ready to knock me, and you back up again. It's got discoverability of situations. Also, for a new player who doesn't know how these guys work, I think that's helpful. It's like check, and then you move out of check. The other way to do it, which I was originally picturing, but I actually like this way better, and the other way to do it was have him move to this square while I'm at an angle that it's hard to explain it well, but if you picture like the different zones that you're in, the 8 different zones that cause him to pick one of these squares, for them to be like the dividing line between them coming out at an angle, such that the angle share amongst all of the 8 zones that you could step inside of was equal. I guess like rays coming off of an octagon. So you could say that if you were in this octagonal, not a quadrant, octant, if you were in this octant, then he'd be over here. But as soon as you're in this octant, which is kind of shaped like a quadrilateral, I guess, then he would go over to here. So if I'm staying here, then he would be here, loaded. That makes him more dangerous. But like I said, this gives you time to react. It also lets me make puzzles where you can sort of sneak by him. And if I do want him to be dangerous, I level design to make him dangerous. So, for example, if I need the player to get through this hallway to make progress in the level, well, it's going to take more than one turn for me to get through this hallway. So I go, I'm going to make a run for it. Not fast enough, buddy. This is going to work. I'm going to fix 2 other things I know about, and then I'm going to call it a night. The first one was he walks through the block pad square, and I don't want him to. Let me simplify this level a tiny bit. Second one is, if he's by the block pad ready to push but there's no block in there, he should just not push. Okay, I'll do the second one first because I think it's easier. Okay, let's do that one. Another thing I like about this is if because he's now attached to one block pad, I can disarm him by depriving him of a block, and he'll just stick around that block pad. So that's like a way to kind of gradually disarm a whole complex full of enemies all behind their block pads, and then you just kind of whittle their defenses down. You know, you take away their blocks, maybe knock some of them out later on after you get some combat, after you're out of pacifist mode in the level sequence. Now you still can't attack them. It is kind of hard to yeah. Okay, let me fix that bug that makes him just initially knock the block. What should be happening is as soon as he gets close to the block pad, he just gives up on that first goal of getting to the block pad because he's there. Doesn't give up. He succeeds and moves on to the next. I'll just look at the logic real quick. It might not be that hard to fix. Okay, so he starts out not next to a block pad, but one step should get him there. You can see he just needs to take one step. So the question is, what does he do? Not on this one. This one, I think it's kind of predictable. This will be invalid. He's not near anything. Let's get the one you want to move to. 30, 24, 11. Okay. Okay, here he should be detecting is nearby. That's interesting. Didn't I have a breakpoint? I did. Oh, he's got a fickle move to. But the fickle move to is, yeah, it's not going to come back to this until he's blocked or something. So I got to find a contact square for him to go to instead of going right to the block pad. Okay, no problem. Got it. Find contact square. Piece, target, block pad piece. Let me see. Let's just change this to okay. Let's do CRH target CRH. Let's do call this block pad. Hold on, let's see if this is exactly the same as what I just wrote. It is. Okay. Then that's fine. Reinventing the wheel over here. I said don't generalize it, but it actually is pretty general. So let's just take this. find contact square. Look through this. Okay, you're saying the PCRH is there. Okay, we're saying, hold on, do I need this whole piece thing? I don't think I do. Let's just pass in. One thing at a time. Let's see. Like that. This can be. Okay, this. Let's see. Let's call it block pad contact square. Block pad CRH. And then it's going to be a little more readable. Let's see. How are you using this? That's fine. Okay. Let's see how this does. That's right. I think I got it. And later on I can have animations like he's just getting ready to push it. I can think of one other thing that would make him more fun. maybe it wouldn't. Maybe it wouldn't. So the idea is like, if you step into the square, you've already triggered him. He doesn't back off. That would require keeping some state. But I can do that in commands. I can make a command that's fickle move to. That's a little hard because I've issued a command to move to there, but I want another command that's chained to it where he just follows through, and the next turn he will push it. So right now the activity code is entirely stateless as far as, no, that's stateless, stateful. There's always some state, it's just where the state is. I'll say there's no AI related state inside of that function. So if I want him to sort of follow through, be like I step here and then I step back, but he's already committed to pushing. That could be fun. It's intuitive too. I really think that's what I want. $820, god damn it. There's like a fairly complex extra change I want to put in. Okay, ways I can do it. I could set a state variable in the command and allow it to be set. Just a generic state variable. I think I might do that for now and come back and maybe change it later. So let's put it in for now. Okay. Okay. So we say okay. So the question is, if after moving to this next step location, if everything would be set up to for the player to be in line. So what all needs to go there? Next step CRH. No, not that. Let's see. pad CRH. No, I do need that because that determines no? Okay. Let's do if checker piece not equals null, and okay, or we just say checker piece is pushing equals we'll be ready to push. Okay. For this, I need static bool will be ready to push. From CRH. No, let's just keep these two. Okay. So the stuff that matters here is this has to be a block on the block pad. I'll go ahead and encapsulate this. Is block on block pad or block pad CRH. Okay, I need the board. Okay, then I need the push direction. So we say from next step CRH, let's see, int push DC equals just made that. What are you complaining about? Oh. Board. Okay. Let's see how this does. See there, I should have. Okay. Let's see. So my theory is that this should return true, but something is not doing it right. Okay. There is a block on the block pad. Push DC. I forget how he's aligned, to be honest. But one of these should be, yeah, okay, -1. Looks like he's going to be pushing west. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so if I say find creature in the push path, will it find me yet? It did find me. Good. Okay, so that is correct. Okay, when I come back up top, so here's where I'm expecting him to push. Okay, so checker piece. Yeah. I didn't do a return. That's why. Got it. Yeah. That's what I wanted. Oh, I love it. That feels right. It feels right. So if you were going to try to leave to get around this corner, be like, oh, but then it comes back. He steps off the block pad, reloads. You go this way. Ah, no. Picture somebody kicking it, and you see them wind back for the kick. Flinging doesn't make him do it. I'm not sure about that one. It seemed like he got a pushing state and didn't clear it. Dun, 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 dun. To tell the tale. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. I've got the pieces to build this level. And a whole bunch more with these dudes in it, and I'm looking forward to it. They're good. They're gonna make fun puzzles. I know they are. A lot of cleverness that you as the player can do to manipulate them, to get around them, to avoid them, to get them to accomplish goals for you with their crazy energy. And they're not so out of control as that first version that I made. Yeah, okay. Looking forward to it. This is a good time to end the stream, though. So stopping the stream. Stopping the stream. Stopping it right about now.